Okay, so let's have a peek. How's weight doing? Wait, it said 82. Today's been a good day, though. So far, we're making solid progress. I'm hoping that we can get to level 5 strength. It's going to take quite a lot of doing, but we only have 17,000 more XP to go. It doesn't seem like that much, comparatively. When you think of how much XP we received on our other character, it's not that much, really. 17k, easy peasy. We're even gaining it passively while I'm foraging, while I'm looking for food. I'm looking forward to getting to that next level of strength, because then we'll actually start going out and doing combat. I'll start clearing crossroads after I'm done clearing the camp. We want to clear the, it's this camp over here. This one. It's gonna have more zombies, than... Because most of the zombies got pulled north. But that said, it shouldn't be too bad. Oh, you had the bug too. Apparently you can rescue the character kind of if you zoom all the way in and then reload the save on a second character with a controller. There's a lot of messing around you need to do in order to get your character back. It is possible though apparently to get your character back. Because you gotta like load it with like split screen and like it's via some nonsense. But it's something to do with the grass and the water and the animals interacting in like together in some way. There's another one that the bubbles cause a problem with. For you, you lowered the resolution, insta zoomed all the way in. Yeah, see, there's a lot of folks that I know were struggling to get the game to even launch. Like they were just crashing prior to. Like I know you can change it in the options menu prior to, like in Zoom and stuff. Like you can kind of force it this way, but they weren't even making it to that screen. So the way you would do it though is you would go into user interface and you would force the zoom at 25%, turn off all of these, and then put the resolution down to the lowest. Yeah, you can force the zoom options. Just be cautious with it because trying to force the zoom options can sometimes be weird. Like, I had one problem with the zoom options at one point in time, causing it to, like, it was doing some weird zoomy nonsense. It'll be cool though as well when they, because like right now you can do this with a mod, but this is what the game looks like with no zoom currently. You can get this with a mod, or you can change this in your settings in debug, so you can have this while having a zoom. But it changes the way the game looks entirely. Like it's a lot more higher resolution sims than more sharpness. Right? Definitely gives the models a better sort of aesthetic too, right? I need the zoom though, so softens everything. I mean, I like both. I think both look good. This one's softer. It's kind of, the other one's sharper. They're both good. But yeah, I like to control my camera. I don't like to not have control. Given the option between the two, I think I'd flip between them sometimes. Like sometimes I'd have it sharp, sometimes I'd have it not. Also dependent on the weather. Yeah, I think it's cool that it exists as well. It's kind of like a higher, like I said, it's a higher resolution.
You're
Sims is kind of what
amazing.
it feels like. Hello. Thank you for the follow. I'm supposed to do anonymous follows, and I am currently doing anonymous follows. But I did accidentally say somebody's name earlier, and I felt bad, so I covered it up. So I actually couldn't see who it was, but I'll wave at you all the same, okay? Yeah, felt bad. Because I want to try to be more mindful of that, because the lurkers deserve to be able to lurk. Sometimes you just want to chill. Sometimes you just don't want to be called out. Lurkers are the best. They are the best of folks. How's the run going? Oh, it's going really well. I know it doesn't seem like that based on my kill count, but kill count's not everything. My character was 0 to hero, and we went from level 1 strength to level 4 strength, level 1 or 0 fitness, I don't remember which, to level 3 fitness. Our carving's nearly level 5. Reloading went from 2 to 4. Foraging went from, today it was 4 to 6.5. Kind of, not quite a half. But we're getting there. Kill wise, here, I'll show it here when we go to sleep here in a little bit. Kill wise, we're not doing great. Like kill wise, we're actually hurting quite significantly. But oh, we're not. Okay. No, what I mean to say is kill wise, we're hurting. But you'll see something here in a second. I'll show you. So this skill journal menu tracks everything, right? Most things. If we go to kills, you'll see in the last 84 days, my initial days, we had some decent kills. We'll do it in terms of week. We had okay kills here and there, but we faltered, right? But if we switch to XP gains, you can see that sizably we've been doing fairly well. Almost 1,000 XP on this week, that week, this week. Gains, we're doing real good. And then Spiffo rep. It started to falter a little bit, mostly because Spiffo weighs heavily on kills. That's the thing. But it's staying sort of okay because we do get XP and Spiffo does weigh on some of the XP. But yeah, so we're doing okay. Yeah, we actually start killing. We're gonna fly, and I'm looking forward to it. Because once we get our gains in, well, nothing will stop us. Oh yeah, we'll get there real quick. Um, I don't know how it'll take a while before we're actually able to kill a sizable amount of zombies in a day, but we'll be able to kill some. Our character will be in the realm to kill at least a mitful. We'll see, especially when we get over to the campsite, because that'll be the first test and the first build up of actual weapon skill. Because we only have one weapon skill in each, which means that we currently um, it's like 0.9 or something on the multiplier for the muscle strain formula. Meanwhile, once we hit level 5 on strength, it's a ×1. What spot did you choose to camp out? I am currently by Muldra at a cabin that is lovely. And beside Dixie and Crossroads. So you'll see this cabin in Claire's playthrough as well. But yes, my plan is to siege down Crossroads. But first, I'm going to take out this little tiny area down here. This area generally will have a few hundred zombies. At least on ×16, from what I remember. Of course, we'll see. And then from there, Crossroads generally has a few thousand. And then Dixie has a few thousand. And then Muldra, which is all of this area, has a few tens of thousands. It's going to take a while for us to clear Muldra. But I think it's the best choice, is to clear Muldra and McCoy Estates. This gives us access to an advanced forge, which will allow me to create a metalworking punch, which will then allow me to progress. And that's assuming Muldra doesn't give me one, which I hope it does. Muldra's death? I mean, I'll be honest, I've never been able to approach Muldra. I've gotten close. I've cleared out most of Muldra, but usually it kills me before I can get through. In saying that, I have picked on and beat up Muldra's older brother. Muldra's older sibling, West Point, I have beat up many a time. So I'm not afraid of Muldra. And then I did start fighting LV, but LV won that battle. So I need to, at some point in the future, give it another try. Maybe with this run. Maybe. Maybe this is the run that I go. Muldra, West Point, Valley Station, and then Louisville. We'll see. I can hope. I just need to be a little bit more patient and cautious. I'm not being cautious enough, and it's causing me issues. But yeah, if you guys remember the Muldra base, like that was like Tower's base in Muldra, Vanishing Tower had one of the coolest bases in Muldra gated community. It was 5-star base in his world record run. You guys should check out Tower sometime. Next time he streams. Sure. 1 second, gotta tab out. Yeah, there. That was great. Build 41's world record holder for the longest streamed run. Fantastic individual. Also likes to play the Souls games, like the Elden Ring and those kinds of things. Lots of the PZ folks have been getting into the Souls games lately. Been kind of cool to see. Those Souls games are tough, like Elden Ring, Dark Souls, like Bloodborne, etc. Lies of P, I think, is another one. You can correct me if I'm wrong, for the Souls people that are, you know, dedicated fans of that genre. I've only ever played Demon Soul. That's the only one I know, and I like that I've played, and it was fun. I really liked it. I played New Game Plus. I had a friend that was like absolutely phenomenal at that game though, and they could like parry everything. There's this section of Demon Soul where there's like a wall of arrows, and they could parry that wall of arrows and shut it off. It's like what you're supposed to do is you're supposed to go around and fight through like a little area and get to the end, right? Um, and then shut it off, and then you could go back through that area later because you have to, right? That's, you can walk back. That said, though, yeah, no, that friend didn't do that. They just parried all the arrows and just kept going. Greetings. This game was sick to watch Emma play, by the way. I really liked the naval combat that they had. I really enjoyed the fighting of the styles of the different characters. It was cool. This one was Pirate Yakuza, if you've ever, like, it's like a dragon Pirate Yakuza. Came out in February, I think. I watched Emma play it. Well, Lies of P was not official, but it was close. It's similar though, right? Like it's kind of the Dark Soulsy-ish game. Kind of like Elden Ring. Elden Ring is also not a Dark Souls game, but it's like like dodge roll kind of game. Is Lies of P more of a story game? I figure the Dark Souls games are also story games, right? They have probably like a deep lore that you can probably really enjoy. Oh, it's got a very thin story. That's unfortunate. It's funny. The Yakuza games, which seem so simple, like they're so much like so simple beat 'em up style games, and yet they're like some of the most story rich games I think I've ever like. They rival like Mass Effect and those kind of games for their sort of depth and really good story. Such a simplistic combat style though for the most part. Because it's a beat 'em up. It's like, I don't know, like playing like a Gotham, the Batman Arkham Asylum, or what's it called? What's the other one? You're the Watcher, Lord of the Rings. What was that one called? I played it and I 100%ed it twice. There was a bug when it was first released, the DLC, and it actually you couldn't 100% it for the longest time. Yeah, he helps everyone. And so my favorite character in that entire game series is Majima. Like, because obviously he's. I know there's some people that like a lot of the other characters, and Kiryu is great, but he just like I, I don't want to spoil anything from the Yakuza series, but this one series that I definitely could gush about for ages and ages. And there was a funny thing that happened in Like a Dragon to Emma and me. And I like bringing this story up because it's funny, but it's also we were hyped to see them. Um, but there's a scene in Like a Dragon, not Infinite Wealth, I mean the first one, where I'm not gonna go into detail, but it's a battle where boots come around the corner and you hear um, particular sound. Anyways, it's a particular boss fight. It's like it's a really cool boss fight. Anyways, Emma is I watch Emma play these games, right? So like and I give my input and we kind of play together a little bit, but Emma's the one at the controls. And Emma's phenomenal. 5 stars. Emma has beaten some of the toughest bosses in the series, including the secret ones. Everybody knows about the secret ones, kind of, but I'm not going to spoil any more than that. I'm just going to say secret ones. Um, that said, um, Emma gets into this boss fight in Like a Dragon, right? They completely destroy Emma's party, right? Anyways, Emma goes on a big epic training montage. Like real long one. Like trains her characters to be super duper strong. There's a mechanic in Like a Dragon. If your main character goes down, you lose. That boss combo double targeted Ichiban in the fight and KO'd him after the training montage. Like Emma was gone in, we've got this, easy peasy, we're gonna beat them, and they double KO'd and KO'd Ichiban anyways. So Emma lost after the training montage, and then promptly just because like after that Emma then immediately beat them. But like it's just like it was such a wow moment. Could you imagine going on this like epic training montage because you got your butt kicked and then just to have them kick your butt again afterwards? It's just like it's crazy. It's a ride. The game is just such a good series. The whole series from zero, like I I can't gush enough. It is such a fantastic series. The side story content, how ridiculous it is. It's some of the stuff you'll see is just like, how, why, what? That it doesn't make sense, but it does make sense at the same time. It's like imagine a giant Roomba, like doesn't make sense. Kind of does make sense. Yeah, the series was phenomenal. Many times cried during that one. Can't recommend that series enough. That's why I've got quite a lot of the music on my playlist. I 100% start with zero, and if you can get through all of zero, you'll want to play the other ones just to see their stories at the very least. Because I didn't. So Emma played zero, and I was like, I need to see the next one. Like you need to play the next one because I need to see where the story goes. And then from the next one, you get to Yakuza Kiwami, and then you get to so on and so forth to the other Yakuzas, and you get to meet these characters that are insane. There's one character I remember it starting off, and I didn't like him. I was like, I don't like this guy. He seems pig-headed. He seems brash. He seems terrible, right? The character that I'm talking about is Taiga Saijima, in case anybody's curious. I thought he was a meathead when I first, like, and once again, no spoils. There's so much more to him than that. He's big boy strong, yeah, but it's just, the writing is fantastic. One of my favorite characters by the end of the series. Like, it's just beautifully written. The passion on the page and the passion of the voice actors in the characters. You can hear it in the, especially in the if you listen to the karaoke, you can just hear how hyped they are to be there. They are just enjoying every second of it. And they breathe life into these characters. Ah, it's so good. Berserk Deluxe mangas. Ah, yes, yes. I still need to get into more stuff. Like, there's certain things that are on my list. Yeah, it's one of those things. And then the comic relief. Yeah, yeah, the comic relief of some things. Just like pristine. Like, absolutely pristine. I've never laughed so hard at the words "my bad" before. And yeah, the side quests are great. Main content is good. The side quests so phenomenal. Uh, and just how, like, this won't spoil anything for anyone, but 3 words: pocket circuit racing. Enough said. No spoilers needed. That on its own. Yeah. uh, good times. I've never wanted confetti more for Emma when I'm watching that. And then if you lose, it's just it's good. It's still pretty funny, kind of. Like, obviously you don't want to lose, but the it's such a good game. Ooh, fair size circle. Nice sunny day. Let's go south. The funniest. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Uh, it's so good. I feel like there's another one that's just come out not long ago. It's the Frerin, the Frerin Slayer or whatever. We Emma and I started watching that one. We hit the end where we're the end of where it's at. That one's super duper good. I hope they release more. And I understand that the artist is because manga artists, they're under like a lot of pressure a lot of the time. It's tough. Same for like the writer of like Hunter x Hunter and a lot of other folks. It's not easy being a manga writer. But yeah, I definitely am looking forward to more of that stuff. It was nice to just see a vibrant world and people just living their lives and doing their thing, and it's really slice of life, and I can really appreciate that. Doesn't always need to be like over the top fight scenes and stuff, although Furin has a decent amount of them. It can just be nice. Oh, I'm gonna write that one down. because I have not seen that one, and I'd like to if it's as good. Dungeon. Yeah. I might have seen clips from that one. There was another one that I seen that was like where they had magical cooking powers, which is kind of cool. Hello. I don't know if it was Restaurant to Another World. Oh, it's like, why can't I fit that in the bag? It's because I've got a large branch in there that I forgot about. Oops. Maintaining a character is tough. How's my weight? 80 again. Yep, so I'm gonna go back up there, and then we're gonna go fishing. So we can fish for a little bit, and that will help us. Oh, nice. Perfect. Just. There we go. Hello. Oh, sorry. There. Mhm. Mm. Come on, can you catch a fish? Like food. You need to eat. Catch a fish. You couldn't catch these things earlier when I was looking for them. Can't help but catch them now. Van Higgins starved to death because he couldn't catch a fish. How many tin cans are in the water? Am I gonna catch them all? 50 tin cans later. People shouldn't litter in the river. Or the lake. This is the camp lake. Yeah, people shouldn't litter in the lake. I'm not at the river. But been doing some unofficial runs quickly, but I found out that I need to get out ASAP. Oh, I started in West Point. West Point is the easiest. Do you want me to do a quick breakdown of which ones are the easiest and which ones are the hardest? As I can do that for you really quick. It doesn't take me much time. It's fairly easy. West Point's the easiest though. There's lots of reasons why, unless you spawn in one of the death spawns. Even in the death spawns, you can kind of get out. It's just a little bit more taxing. The death spawns would be like City Hall, the bank, the police station, the motel. You know, those would be the death spawns. But that said, a lot of the time you'll spawn in the upper houses, and there's almost no zombies on the beach outside of like there's like a dock somewhere. I can't remember where it's at, but there's not many zombies along the beachfront, and there's sometimes there's tents along this route. Sometimes there's tents along this route. Anyways, that said, uh, this area here has a bunch of cars. You can kind of go there and loot that for a little bit. And then after which, if you're done looting that, you can then, well, what I did was I went over to here, stayed here until the helicopter, set the helicopter off in this area, and then I bailed. I bailed immediately and ran away to this area over here. This is like where I've been staying, like this camp, and eventually I plan to siege Crossroads. Anyways, that's the way that I did this run. My previous run, I ended up on this beachfronty area over here, and we went over to Riverside and siege Riverside down for the most part. I didn't get through all of it. I did maybe about 50 to 60% of the main town before I died. Anyways, like I said, I would, if I were to give star ratings, which I'm going to, I would say, where are the stars? There they are. I would say West Point is a 1 star. 1 star difficulty. Super easy, probably the easiest. Next on the list would be the second easiest, in my opinion, Rosewood. Although located centrally in the map, Rosewood is, in my opinion, the second easiest because there's actually a really good route you can kind of take, either into Doe Valley, which you can kind of go out into Doe Valley and relax out there for a while, or alternatively, you can actually go south. If you can skirt your way past the bus depot, which is very scary, by the way, you can actually get out to this area and start going down. And you can actually, if you go past along this road here and down, you can actually get out to this area over here. Not a whole lot of zombies out here, and it's fairly good area to kind of build yourself up and siege down some mansion areas over here. Be careful of the resort and be careful of this area. And there's quite a few zombies over here, but you can kind of build yourself up down here and then eventually siege your way back to civilization and maybe retake Rosewood, or you have other opportunities. You could go siege down March Ridge, or you could go straight for Irvington. There, there's possibilities. All right, 2-star difficulty, in my opinion. Next on my list would be Echo Creek. I call Echo Creek a 3-star difficulty, specifically because Echo Creek actually has some death spawns that are very lethal. They some of the most lethal of death spawns in some of these trailers. You can still get out of them. It's very tough. That said, though, if you spawn in this trailer or in any of the outward houses, you're pretty much set to go wherever you want. You could leap this area, even on time 16. This particular area over here has almost no heat map at all. Yeah, the trailers do suck for like some of them, but that's why this is 3-star. Also, because Guns Unlimited is down the street, and Guns Unlimited is one of the most populated cells in the whole map. So, anyways, moving from there, a lot of folks have already figured out that this right here is like the place to be. You don't want to set off your helicopter here, but like coming down to this area and living here, this trailer is like really, really good start. You can kind of build yourself up down there, take your helicopter somewhere else, and then come back here and then just work out and get yourself settled. There's also animals, maybe, not guaranteed, but maybe animals in some of these fields, like in this area here, maybe, or alternatively, there's a couple other spots that you can look. Be careful of the wildlife rehabilitation center that's over here and the cultist / Neil's farm camp area. It's not terrible. It's just the fruit stand in the front, and then overall, it'd take a little bit to clear. Anyways, like I said, 3-star. 3-star difficulty. That leaves only 2 spawns left. Riverside. Riverside, in my opinion, is a 4-star difficulty. The reason being that I consider Riverside 4 stars is because some of the spawns can be quite harsh. Like you can get quite a lot of the trailer park spawns. If you spawn in some of the other trailers, you can get out. There's a lot of space to work with. There's actually like a cot in one of them that you can go grab, and like it's fairly okay. But a lot of these areas are very aggressive. Like there's a large groupings of zombies in spread out over a large area. The golf course is scary. The Waverly Sanitarium is scary, and I mean main Riverside. It's pretty busy, and it's all spread out in a large area. basically forcing you to either choose one of a couple directions to go. You kind of are forced to either go out this route over here and leave Riverside that way, or alternatively, you can go and live on the brief river over here. If not, like way down here, actually, is better. Um, Riverside, if you have a helicopter, it can get very condensed. Like depending on where you set it off, it can be pretty bad. So, you know, choose where you're gonna go very quickly and make your plans. 4 stars. And we're left with a weakened form. It's not as tough as it used to be, but I'm still gonna give it its previous rating. Muldra, 5 stars of difficulty. Hardest town to fight in time 16 currently. However, they did neuter some of it by killing some of the heat map zones, so the devs made it a little bit easier. That said, it's still one of the scariest towns in the game. Um, the the train yard isn't as bad as it used to be, but it used to be really bad. And same for this area. It's survivable now. Like you can survive a lot easier, but it's still you gotta leave. It's not living here is not easy, especially if you set off the helicopter here. Um, so and the pathways to leave. I mean, you can kind of go out this way. Getting out through the north side is possible. Yeah, it's a pain because of its location and where it has its zombies. Like, because Muldra has a large swath set of zombies in lots of different locations, and it's pretty tough. McCoy is fairly emptied, but it's still busy enough. Think Zero to Hero. A Zero to Hero character would suffer. But yeah, I would say that Muldra's the hard. If you want the hardest difficulty, do Muldra. If you want the easiest difficulty, surprisingly do West Point. I know that West Point used to be the big bad. It used to be the hardest to get out of, and that's why I loved it. Coincidentally, though, for the rat race, I went with the easy route. I took West Point. I was gonna go Muldra a couple of times just for fun, and actually on this particular character, I did think about it. It passed through my mind, but I was like, nah, and we went for West Point. Hopefully that gives you a decent idea, and then you can make your own plans. If you want my opinion on planning, run the settings a few times. Like you said, you were doing the offline unofficial for a few. You know, um, keep running it for a little bit on different spawns and just test it out for yourself. Feel out the waters. Try different occupations. Remember, different occupations spawn in different locations. Like they all have their general spawns, but some of them will take you to different places. Like chef and or burger flipper sometimes takes you to a restaurant, or so on and so forth. Police officers sometimes end up in the precinct, like those kinds of things, right? Farmers end up in farms. You might be able to find something that's more suited to exactly what you're looking for in the rat race. Yeah, exactly. And everybody has their kind of own way that they go about it, right? But there's no strategies that are secret. It's like if you want to know a strategy, feel free to ask, and I'll give you my honest opinion on it. It's like we're trading that info, kind of, best we can. That's a good way to do it. LV skyscrapers spawn. Ah, big fish. Yep, 58 centimeter gar. Those barely fit in the fire. What if it was a big tin can? I would use it to fill water. But I have a big tin can already. It's called a cooking pot. I think I should actually shrink these a bit more just because they don't fit in the fire properly. There we go. Now they'll fit in the fire. I see, one at a time. I absolutely love that we don't need to boil water to wash the rags anymore. That is a phenomenal change. It's small, but it's something that it makes me happy because it's like you can just wash stuff in the river. Like, you know, it's how people do it. I went in as well to grab. Oh yeah, tons of quality of life change, and they keep making better ones too over time, gradually. Like I do very much appreciate the patience of the devs and that they're listening, and you know it's hard, especially when there's so many people are like have opinions and are sending in comments, and you gotta remember it's like hundreds of thousands, if not millions, of comments and concerns, right? Kudos to the devs for being able to handle it best they can. Hmm. Unfortunate. Okay, perfect. Go, go, go. Don't need to sleep right yet. I want to craft one and see how it turns out. No. Oh. Thank you very much for the subscription. You very much appreciate. Enjoy your previewing as well as your frog emotes and your increase in channel currency, as well as the fact that you jump scared me. Kind of. I know that last part wasn't probably intentional, but you know it happens sometimes. Sometimes my own alerts make me jump. It's not on purpose, um, but kudos, well played. Yeah, I need to go and grab my bottle of water. I ran out. Yeah, do very much appreciate. Hopefully, you get a lot of use out of the frog emotes, as well as I've got other like emotes that are like animated and with my frog hat, and there's other stuff that's coming eventually as well. Similar, yeah. I'm glad. Frogs are great. They are like the super chill, unless they're hungry, to which then they are like super not chill. They put everything in their mouth that they can get in their mouth. Kind of like some people, actually. Thank you for my hat back. Do appreciate. And a Pac-Man frog is a pet. Okay, that's really cool. I want to get a rain frog, or two rain frogs actually. And I want to get Emma a budget frog. So I want two rain frogs and a budget frog at least, minimum, if not other frogs too. We'll see what we decide when we set up the vivariums. When Emma and I are living together, but we want to make sure because that the environments that which they frogs would be living is suitable. I don't want the frogs to ever have. I want them to have the best frog lives that have ever been had. So that is the goal, right? Maximum frog happiness. That way, and also that's what Emma would want as well, right? Because we've been over it. We've been over that we want frogs. But Emma's scared that she won't, which is, it's silly. She's scared she'll forget to take care of the frogs. But that's not feasibly possible. Oh, for your Pac-Man frog? And where's the tree frog eating live bait as well, or did the tree frog eat the green stuff? For both. Oh, okay. Wait, the tree frog was eating the mice? Really? I'm surprised. Tree frogs are... I thought that they were much smaller. Because they'd need, like, crickets or something. Oh, it grew out of the crickets real fast. Oh, crazy. That's quite impressive. It was in the small tree frog. Okay. I've only ever seen the small ones. I've never seen the big ones. Outside of one big one, but it wasn't... It's not really that big. There's effects going on there that make that frog gigantic. And I'm talking about... the frog's called Dumpy, I think, or something. Is a big frog. But it's not a big frog. It's a normal frog that's enlarged. And it's really cool. The way that they go about doing the effects to that one. Some frogs are really incredible, though. One or the other. Looks like we're gonna be pained down. Yep. Nope. Tier 4 sleep. Yeah, no, I know pinky mice are small. It's just it's a bit of a surprise. And Pac-Man frogs can be really, really like chunk. Like they can be real big. I've seen them. I've seen one that was like 2 hands worth of chunk frog. I haven't seen a tree frog that's that big though. So it's weird to hear about a tree frog that's that large. But I can imagine it. Yeah, chomp frog. Mostly mouth. Yeah. Like budget frogs. Budget's frogs, I like to describe them as the frogs that folks. Um, it's like somebody tried to draw a frog from memory and forgot what a frog looked like halfway through. They're the happy, dopey frogs of the water. Happy, dopey frogs of the water. But surprisingly, they're some of the most aggressive and carnivorous. Like, they really will put anything in their mouth. And it's so funny watching them and rain frogs get mad. It shouldn't be as adorable as it is. But Budget's frogs will stand on the backs of their legs and like raise up themselves up as big as they can, and then they'll squeak like a deflating balloon. And it is the greatest. Yeah, yeah. And then also the rain frogs do the same thing. They try to be real big, but they're not very big. But I haven't heard rain frogs squeak nearly as much as like they peep sometimes. They make little peep noises. It's really cute. And watching them like just move around and sneeze and stuff, it's just they're just interesting. Huh? A witch, yeah, yeah. You're talking about the Budget's frogs, yeah. The Wednesday frog, or well, like you said, Latin name, solid. I'm not gonna try and pronounce that because I will probably mess that up. That's something I would get Emma to pronounce, and Emma loves pronouncing those sorts of things. Because Emma can do those and the dinosaur names like nobody's business. I'll fail those. But that's because I'll fail a lot of different things. There's certain things that I'm okay with. But, like... Yeah. The Wednesday frog. It is Wednesday, my dudes. Let's put you back in there. Are you gone off yet? Nope. Alright, well, we'll try and eat one more. Hopefully it doesn't go bad on us while we're eating it. I've never had that happen, but I am often concerned about it. Nap time. Yeah, things should have their scientific name but shortened. Yeah, I can see that. Every day is Arms Day. For now. We're already getting up there. We're at 6,000 out of 1,800, so we're 1/3 of the way there. For now. We're nearly done the training montage. portion of things, and then it'll enter into the combat training montage of things, where I'm gonna go siege the other camp, and we don't have a name for this camp, do we? But we're gonna be going and picking on the other camp, like the other campsite. And what's our camp called? Officer Van Higgins, the leader of this camp. Campy McCamp face. And then the other camp can be, I don't know. Camp Snicky Snake, maybe. Makes sense. Frog Camp wants to fight Snake Camp. Tenty McTent face. I'm kind of waiting for the Bodie McBoat face. Myself. We're talking camps, not boats. That's true. And Poison Arrow Frog Camp. Imagine. Thank you for the wellness. Do very much appreciate. I'll get a stretch in here for you. And that way I kind of... Should I get some more wellness? One more tea? My tea's good, is it? Ah, it's empty. Here, we'll finish this in-game day and then I'll get my tea filled. Actually, before... Quickly... Oh, I'm gonna just have to... Quickly, before we go tier 2! Please don't get cold. I left the door open and everything because I didn't have time. I was trying to avoid tier 2. Tier 2 pain, and then I wouldn't be able to sleep. There goes that. Okay. So I'm going to pause there for just a moment, and I'm going to BRB. I'm just going to refill my tea and stuff. So, be right back. Okay. So, okay. Hopefully we can get the foraging in before the pain kicks in, because it'll shorten the range. And we only need 10k more XP. Take strength off there for a second, just so I can keep an eye on my foraging XP. Iron. Just eat a bunch of flowers. Crazy how much limestone is here. That's limestone. That's limestone. Enjoy your sleep and or, other stuff. Ta. Hello. Hopefully you're having a good day. I'm having a good day. I'm making progress. Yes, good time zone indeed. I'm progressing. And with luck, we'll be able to find some food, because that's something that I'm lacking right now, and not very much food in the moment. But that said, once we find some food, things will be good. Not exactly the type of food I'm looking for. But it's not insignificant, because, eating all these flowers, as much as it is kind of time consuming in terms of totals. Is that a cigarette? Why is it that the non-smoking character always finds cigarettes? Even in foraging, I found a cigarette on the ground. I wish I could mail it to Smoker. It's like the game knows. It knows my character is a non-smoker, so it's sending me the cigarettes. Here, you can use these for farming. I mean, I guess. It's just like in those cars. There's packs of cigarettes. It's like, okay. Lighters, matches galore. I can start fires for days. I can light candles. What happens in the smokers playthrough? None of that. They will not find any of it. Yeah, see, it would have got wet and destroyed it, so yeah. Maybe it was like underneath like a tiny rock though, or something. Like perfectly situated between a branch and like on the side of a tree. In such a way that rain could never touch it. Sort of placed there by a squirrel. One raindrop can ruin us. Yeah, just one. That's all it takes. But maybe that squirrel was a smoker. So it, like, burrowed it and kept it away from the world. Goodness, it's like... Can I... Please? Yeah, it just destroys the paper. Well, and then it can age too, right? Like, I mean, it's not like the tobacco inside is always going to stay good indefinitely forever. Like, it can age, and depending on the humidity and a bunch of other things. Zombie respawn off. Population on times 16. I've only killed 36 zombies out of the 1.5 million zombies there are in this map. So I got a long ways before the map's clear. I know it looks like I'm playing a game mode right now that's not got any zombies, but trust me, there are zombies here. It's just they're not where I am on purpose. I've orchestrated my run in this way on purpose. I know where to go. I know what to do. I don't know everything that's going to happen. That's not something I know. I don't know what loot we're going to get. I don't know. But I can control the zombies to a degree. I can run away. Like, you know, I've set up myself for trying to succeed. Whether or not we do is a different story entirely. If I mess up, you know, make mistakes and die, then we start over. Fresh run. It'll be round 8, but it'll be hopefully the 4th breakaway run that we have. So far out of the 7 runs that I've done for the rat race, 3 of them have achieved breakaway. This is one of 3. The other 2 are dead. One died at 26,000. One died at about 1,000. Fresh run, same save? No, fresh run, same settings. So like, it'd be fresh run, fresh seed, fresh everything. It's all random. But it's the setting configs will be the same. So if you do an exclamation point settings and look over those settings, those are the settings I'm using. Times 16, you know, really low loot, insanely rare, but like a step down, a bunch of other things, right? No respawn, but the zombies have pinpoint hearing and eagle eyes and long memory. Not that any of those other things really matter all that much. But yeah. He was just destroying the cigarettes for fun. That sounds awesome. Is this a newish run? Yeah, because we lost the other one due to fence combat. So this time, no fence combat. Or at least, not for a while. I need a break from it anyways. So that's why you see me with very little kills at the moment. And I'm really grinding strength. Like, to the point where it's tough. Like, I'm really grinding strength. But yeah. A break is as good as a holiday. Yeah, it's very much. It's just, the thing is I'm not very good at fence combat to begin with. So, like, I'm okay, but I'm not like Bonds. I can't keep the fence combat flowing that long without getting it's not my playstyle, and it's I'm not good at it. So I get impatient, and that's a problem with fence combat, is you need to be very patient with fence combat. And my patience is lacking sometimes with it. I'm fairly patient in other ways, but yeah, fence combat is not one of them. That said, though, I probably will go back to doing fence combat, specifically with spears when we get to that point. Because I trust spears behind fences. With sprinters, it's tough. You kind of need the fences with the sprinters, though. Like, if they ever added in a mechanic where the zombies could reach over the fence and grab you, sprinters content... The sprinters would have to not be able to do that. Otherwise, sprinters content would suffer. Because that's the thing, is that's their go-to. Their go-to clay style is fences and windows. So it would hurt the game in a way if they were to change that without giving us a setting to shut it off. Which, to be honest, they wouldn't. The devs are very good about if they change settings like that to give settings for the players to adjust it, you know, for the most part. And if not, then a modder would make it possible to continue playing things the way that way, you know? I do get slightly concerned for, can normal no, they can't. They can break the fences down, though, if too many of them climb over it. But, as you guys seen earlier, if you're very patient and control how many zombies climb over the fence, by earlier, I mean in my previous run, if you're very patient and you control the amount of zombies that go over a fence, they will never break. It's a think of it like a ride. It has a capacity. If it goes over the capacity, the ride breaks, right? It's the same thing. If the zombies climb over the fence, then, you know, it takes a certain amount of them to break the fence. But if so long as you keep it under that amount, it's all good. They will never break the fence. Because they only deal damage and break the fence when there's a certain amount of them. And it's a chance thing to happen. It's not guaranteed. Or an elevator. Yeah, you can consider it like an elevator, too. Red? Wait, but I am wearing the red glasses. I'm confused. Do you want me to change? What? I'm confused. I think you're mistaken. I think you don't know, but you're mistaken. I am wearing the red glasses. You want to change it? Or the other red? I only have one pair of red glasses. This isn't a glasses store. I only have one. Pfft. You guys are silly. I don't know what to, like, if you want to change it, you can. But I'm confused. Still. You know what you asked for. You know what happens when I push the red button again, though? I can show you. When I push the red button again, it'll take my glasses away. So, that's if I push the same button twice, it removes them. What is the body icon on the red on chest? What do you mean? Are you talking about up there? Like the Moodles? If you're talking about the Moodles, why they're red, it's because I'm tired. They're tier 4 Moodles. That's the maximum. I overexerted my character walking back. Left corner. Oh, that's chest and... Oh, it means that I overexerted my character's carrying capacity. So, when we were walking back, I don't know if you've seen, but I was, like, really, really encumbered. Like, absurdly encumbered. So, that's my carrying capacity. My character's exerted and exhausted from carrying that stuff. But that's okay. We'll go to bed soon, in-game, so... I don't have to worry about it. Why does it blink when my avatar? Can you blink or your avatar ears wiggle? No. You can't even see my ears. Although you kind of can if I like. I do have ears. They are there. They're there, but no, I don't have anything like that. If I stick my tongue out, so this is gonna be interesting, I think, for you guys to learn. But for example, Snoot's avatar, from what I recall, is a 3D model, right? So I think I don't know. You'd have to ask Snoot specifically because I don't really know. But my avatar is 2D. I know it looks like I'm 3D, but mine's 2D. So as a result, I can do some things. Like, I mean, I can clap my hands, I can wave, and I can yawn, but as well as I can control my hands, but not quite at the same capability as Snoot will be able to, because Snoot is 3D while I'm 2D. Does that make sense? And meanwhile, I mean, yeah, it's the benefit of a 3D model is that it's a lot easier to do that, a lot harder to do it with 2D. But at the same time, it's still impressive to do it either way, right? It's still cool. I like Snoot's model. I think Snoot's a fantastic model. Um, 1 second though, I'm just looking for this. There we go. Just because we're talking about Snoot, because it makes sense. If you guys aren't following Snoot, Snoot is absolutely fantastic. You should follow and like, enjoy. 2D is greater than 3D. I mean, it can be, but it's one of those things that it's there are benefits to both, and I watched a thing that explained the benefits of both. There are different things that are involved in both, right? 2D models are a lot more they're more simplistic, but like I can do more like I could set up, or well, not me specifically, but I have, Prodigy probably could set up like a bunch of different animations and stuff like that. And I mean, you could do the same thing kind of with 3D models, but they'll look a little bit more. I don't know. They're different. Is the thing. They're different. Enjoy your lurk. But yeah, I really like Snoot. Snoot's great. Fantastic. Snoot's the one that got me to play Schedule 1, which is a fun game, and I probably will play it again. Go put these bugs away. Drugs are bad? I wasn't selling drugs. I was selling tea. The fact that they were smoking it wasn't my fault. In that universe, they smoke tea. I don't know why. Wait, I didn't question it. I had all the good kinds of tea. We had chai, we had Earl Grey, we had herbal tea, green tea. I don't know if we didn't do folk remedy. But we did chamomile, we did fruit tea, we did what other ones did we do? We did a few of them that were like that were like there was a few. Oh, it didn't? I didn't get to see it. You liked the game? Okay. Sorry. It's probably because it's like auto modded or whatever. I know you meant well. though. Like, I didn't get to see it, but it's okay. That's also tax stuff, by the way, for Canadians. Just a side note. Not surprised that it got auto modded though, because of all the other stuff that was that it's centralized around. Yeah, I watch roleplay. He's so efficient when he plays games. It's crazy. I like watching roleplay. Hi, Dimitri. Hopefully you're having a good day. How goes your rat race? As you can imagine, I am reestablishing and I've got lots to do. But we're getting there. I'm taking it a little bit slower this time. I also watched Snoot and Digwood play, and it was funny watching those two. Those two are so funny. They are so silly. Okay, that's good. Slow and steady wins the race. What happened to my last run? Which one? Do you mean the previous one, the 26K run, or do you mean this run, like the one that was before this one? So, Higgins 4, essentially. This is Higgins 7. So I've only had three total breakaway runs, including this one. Higgins 1 died to an axe miss. You can do an exclamation point last death if you want to see that one. I didn't bother clipping the last, like the Higgins 4, because we were only like, what was it, 6 months in, 1K kills, something like that. I don't remember. It was light. And the reason why I died in that one is fence combat. I messed up some fence combat, and I'm like, I'm not gonna do fence combat anymore for a bit. I need a break from it. So that's one of the reasons why I've been going very slow, and we are at a stage now where I'm working on fitness. So we're trying to get fitness up and strength up. And then once we've got our strength to the point where I want to get it, which is going to be here in a second, we'll configure you. I won't have a debuff applied to me quite severely in terms of my muscle strain. You felt great after your phone session? I'm glad that you're doing good. No, I haven't. If you want to suggest music, post it in the music section of my Discord if you're in there. If you're not in there, if you just tell me the song, I'll look it up. But because I understand if you don't want to be in a million Discords. I'm not. It's not an enforced thing that people be in my Discord or anything. It's nice to have folks in there because that's where I post when I go live and do all my polls and stuff. So I'm into everything. Heavy metal, death metal. I wasn't into screamo for the longest time, but there's a handful of screamo songs that are actually fairly good in my preference, as well as I don't mind hip hop and I don't mind any of that stuff. Um, of course, I prefer instrumentals and classical and game music and stuff like that. But I, if you want to suggest me music, anything, feel free posting it in there. I'll post a little frog when I've listened to it. That's how you know I've seen something, is if I post a little frog on it. It's the frog of I looked at this. It's not screamo, it's just regular metal. Okay. I used to listen to a lot of metal with one of my friends a long time ago. That they were into metal, like big time into metal. They loved it, and as a result, the reason why I don't like or I didn't like screamo is because it used to hurt my voice listening to them. But at the same time, there are some appreciation that I can have for the genre. It takes a lot of effort to make those kinds of songs and put that much passion into your work, you know? So there is good to listen to there. Yeah. Well, I mean, is that the song? I don't think that's it, right? I think I've listened to that one. But yeah, feel free to post that stuff in the Discord. And then I'll have a look at it at some point. Usually when I'm in my downtime. So before like Emma's asleep or something, I'm not like I'm eating and in my sort of maybe if I've got work stuff to do or it's downtime. Sounds good. I'll have a look at it later. All right, you can go there. Yeah, I am. There we go. 20 years too late. Yeah, that stuff it can be really tough, right? Yeah, there's a lot of passion that goes into those songs. That's same as karaoke. There's a lot of passion that goes into karaoke as well. Even though sometimes like the song doesn't come out just right, it's still you can hear the joy in somebody's voice and there's satisfaction in that. Even if it's not to the right chords. Yeah, same as opera. That's those sorts of shows have some absolutely phenomenal stories that go with them. If you're paying attention to the story, it's just they do a really really good job. No, stop. Sit. One more. That should push us up to 9,900. Yeah, singing can take a lot of confidence. Yeah, they have some very very powerful voices, and it carries too. Like their voice carries. It's crazy. And you hear them afterwards, and sometimes they're very soft spoken individuals. It's crazy. Very, very soft spoken. I guess I don't need to do this right now. I was gonna get like make water, but I don't need to. We have like a lot of water in the house. I just habits, I guess. I frequently will make water even though I have like there is over 20, 40, 100. There's 150 liters of water in the house, approximately. 150. Who's the first band you listened to? Nifty. It's really cool. But there are so many different styles of music, and music it's an art of the soul. It is so. It's like, art. There's art for the eyes, and then there's art for the ears, and then there's art for the palate. There's it's so many different styles. It would be amazing to you know, could you imagine having all of your senses receiving like that sort of stuff at once kind of deal? It'd be cool. The softest of pajamas while viewing art with music accompaniment, tasting some absolutely phenomenal food. Like I've got some soft pajamas, but I don't know. Is there like some kind of fabric out there that is of equivalence? Uh, You know, I wonder. Something that is like pure art. More than likely, right? Because all of the senses can be stimulated in that way. I bet you it would be an overstimulation. But yeah, music is amazing. One hidden bonus of cycling or swimming. Swimmers do it too. Lots of sports people actually are very much clean shaven all the time. I remember when this game first came out. My computer couldn't play it. I had a PC that was so old that it could not play Skyrim at all. Not even a little bit. Wouldn't load. I got the like Dovahkiin Dragonborn symbol, and then it would crash. I was so disappointed. And it also depends on moisturizers, I suppose. I don't know. You like that I have stories and memories for believe me, you should be in my head for when any of the songs come on. Cuz my brain it's like there's flipping through all of the different um uh what's it called? The different files of everything. You distracted me. Rude. I'm stealing your clothes. You got what you deserved. Sleek like an otter. It's funny that that I see otter now and I just think FG squared every time. Every time. It's linked to otter in my brain now. It's just how it is. That's FG. Otter. I like all the folks on the Halcyon Frequency team. They're really good people. Water weasel. They're like puppies of the water, is what I feel like sometimes. But yeah, I guess weasels are kind of puppy-ish too. Why are we sad? Oh, because I looted that body. Never mind. I answered my own question. Because looting makes you sad now. Not like a lot of sad, but a little sad. Which means that there should be a trait where your character doesn't get sad when they loot people. Like, it should be applied to burglar. Actually, it causes the opposite. Makes you happy. Because they're burgling. Right? Is that not applied to burglar? Zombie wasn't fully naked. They have tights and underwear on. Plus, I need these. I think. I might not, but I want them because I might need them. They're playful. I mean, you could probably own one through a zoo. Like, if you know, if you own a zoo. Or if you get, like, a special permit, maybe. I'm not sure. There's ways to own rare pets. It's just, it's not preferred. Like, they belong in nature. They don't really, you know what I mean? Some animals are better wild. Yeah, just you need a few $1,000,000 on a zoo. That's it. Zoo tycoon away. You've got this. We believe in you. Actually, I don't even think you need a few $1,000,000. A few tens of thousands to start. You get people to come to your zoo. It's like, you know, a dog and a hoop, and there you go. That's what you start with. You know, start off. You got to start off small, and then gradually you make it a bigger zoo, and you can afford some more of the fancier animals. It's like a tycoon game. Before I forget, though, I am just gonna quickly. Where go? Because we were talking about otters and stuff, and if you guys aren't following FG squared, you should be, because you know FG squared, fantastic content creator. There's a lot of variety and a lot of survival stuff, and has played Zomboid in the past too. And me and FG squared actually share a Zomboid story, kind of, if I recall correctly. one that I think it's FG squared, but I may be wrong. But a rare bug that used to exist in the game that doesn't anymore, and there's no proof of it anywhere. So, you know, we'd have to get the devs to help in that regard. Like if we were going to try and prove that bug existed. But it was a rare interaction with thick-skinned where you would survive a bite. I don't have proof of it once again, but it was ages and ages and ages ago. So the dupes still work? Lots of dupes still work. There's a lot of bugs that work still, but that one they did for sure remove. I remember that that one's gone. And that it is just a tick box that's 100% now. So you can't survive a bite anymore. It's not possible. But I remember one time surviving a bite, and it my character died later, but I was waiting to die and it didn't happen. So once again, I have no proof. I'm not asking anyone to believe me. It's one of those things where if I had proof, I would, but I don't. So. But it was from what I remember, it was a rare interaction that used to happen with thick-skinned, where it would, basically, it would tick it down, and the bite wouldn't happen. It's strange. Like it wouldn't count as a bite, even though it was a bite, and it would heal back, and you'd be fine. But I don't know the code side of it behind it, because it should just be a tick box. But maybe it wasn't always. I don't know. I only have my memory. And I think FG said that she had a similar one, but I'm not sure. I could be mixing people up as well. So, once again. You broke all your bones? So you fell through the floor? That sounds scary. Somebody showed me just recently falling through, like they fell, they called it swimming, but it was the falling animation where they just like fell and they were like beside like plants. I had that somebody send that to me just recently. Was it? Who was it? Should be actually just real recent, like. Um, it was Calic. Calic sent me an one that was this one. Where they fall like through this is an interesting one. That because that's the falling animation. Warning for people with epilepsy. You know, if you click that link, it be careful if you have epilepsy. But yeah. All they did was walk towards the house on the flowers and suddenly they were like falling. Yeah. I figured I'd quickly warn everyone and if anyone clicked it, you know, just because I don't want anybody to be harmed. Yeah, they like fell through the wall, and that's the falling animation. In case anybody hasn't seen it, if you fall more than a few stories, it yeah, that animation is like instant death. By the way, some people with epilepsy I can't. When things flash, it causes them to have seizures. So that's why I was warning. Photosensitivity. Yeah, that's exactly the case. Yeah. That's one of I didn't realize it until after I'd posted it, and I was like, oh yeah, it's got, and then I quickly wanted to add a disclaimer because I was like, oops. Yeah, frequencies can trigger it. Pacings, timings, flashings. You can tap and cause it to happen as well. It's just it's yeah. Is there a study or a survey about it? It's I don't I'm not sure. I'm not a doctor. These are things that I've heard and seen, and through other companies have posted that sort of stuff before. A very good example would be Nintendo. Very frequently will put disclaimers for epilepsy and on their stuff when it's flashing and other such things. So no, I don't have medical knowledge of it. But I mean, it's some of it is I've read some, but once again, I haven't verified myself. So like once again, I don't know, and I'm I'll if I don't know something, I'll just say I don't know. TV shows can't really be trusted because they frequently get stuff wrong, but they try their best to be realish-ish sometimes. But I do agree. I was going to use that, and then I realized that I can't really because, for example, medical shows like House and what's it called? Frequently, there's a lot of stuff that they get wrong. But yeah. Okay, so you've seen that firsthand. I've seen a handful of seizures, but I can never really. I've not seen one caused by flashing. Not not directly. I've seen seizures happen for other reasons though, and they are scary, and they don't have to be grand mal either. Grand mal is the, fall to the floor, shaking and and stuff. That's the grand mal seizure. There are other ones where it just you function normally. It just looks like you're spacing out. That's those ones are scary as well because somebody could be talking to you and then they just space out, and they did not hear anything that you just said because they were having a seizure, and it'll just look like they're staring into space. Because I had a couple of friends that were like that when we used to play games. They used to have, they'd be like, I'm sorry, can you repeat that, because I just had a seizure, which it sounds weird to say that, right? Like when you hear that, it sounds a little weird, right? But that was the honest truth. That's what happened to them. Is they had a seizure, and that's it's because anytime people hear seizure, they just think grand mal, and it's not necessarily like that. Yeah, exactly. So you'd be able to somewhat um, confirm what I'm saying. Yeah, and there's lots and lots, which is unfortunate, but it is, I may be mispronouncing some stuff as well, because once again, I'm not a physician. I'm not a doctor. I did at one point want to go into, well, I did want to go into the medical field at one point, but I decided that I wouldn't be able to handle it. That there's too much that happens in the medical field that I would probably, based on my own personality type and how I am, I wouldn't do me any good. I would just probably like I'd want to do a lot of good, but the thing is that's not enough. It takes a certain kind of mind to be able to handle that kind of stuff, and I will admit my mind's not probably not capable. There's a lot of stuff that they have to see, and that is both good and bad. That is just too much. Plus, I wouldn't want to trust myself with how clumsy I can be sometimes. And that's not to state without training that you can't get good, because you can. It's just not preferred for me, I don't think. So I backed away from that as a career. I was like, eh. I was going to be a lawyer at one point, too. It's like really thinking about it. Politician. There's a lot of professions that I approached, thought about, and decided that it wouldn't, like, it's not a good call. Not for me. It's tough, though, because, it would be nice to to be in those professions for some parts of it. Like there's some aspects of each of those professions that I really like, but there are other aspects of those professions that either are really really down bad, or I wouldn't like myself if I once I'm like come out the other end kind of deal. Because there's a lot of like I said, you need a certain kind of mind, and my mind wasn't there. You feel nothing. Yeah, you can go into work mode. Exactly. Work mode's different. Hey, we got a green light bulb. Heck yeah. Um, I know exactly what you mean for work mode. What is this? What are you? Box of candles. I just got a box of candles. Now I can have a lovely bath. And read a book. Well, actually, I only have one magazine. So we can reread the medieval magazine that I just read, like a while ago. We read it at the beginning of the month, so it should give us boredom reduction now. But that's all. Draw a nice cold bath because there's no hot water. I don't have rose petals, but I have rose hips. So we can use rose hips instead of rose petals. We don't have a good bathrobe, though. I guess so we'll have to scrap this idea for now. Gotta get a bathrobe. Because we need that awkward scene where Higgins comes storming out of the bathroom in a bathrobe to see that the zombies are partying in the living room. Right? Yeah. It's true, we do have a lavender skirt. I would love a lavender bathrobe, though. Make a hide robe. Could you imagine? Bursts onto the scene in like a barely together, torn, like, hide robe that he'd made himself. Uh, it's not even, because he would be level 0 tailoring, so like level 1 tailoring or whatever the minimum is to make a hide robe. What is the minimum? Where is it? Is there a hide robe? Jacket, sleeping bag, coat. Oh, there is. Hide robe right there. Requires level 3 tailoring. And the recipe. But, recipes can be auto-learned. I don't know when it gets auto-learned, but we could totally do it. We'll think about it. It's on the table. Maybe we'll make a hide robe. Magnum is a zombie. The amount of joy that's in this song is great, by the way. Mhm. The the very first time we heard this song was in Dead Souls when I was visiting Emma, and it was funny because both me and Emma were looking at at the sound bar as he like lowered the pitch. And we thought he was just gonna do accompaniment with, like clapping his hands and stuff. No, no, he's gonna sing the whole song because this song is usually sung by Haruka in the previous games. So, you know, we just assumed that it was gonna be Haruka. No, he lowered the pitch so he could sing it himself. It was great. Made both me and Emma laugh. Because it was really hard too, because there was input delay, so Emma couldn't quite hit the buttons exactly on time. Because Emma's amazing at those kinds of things, but it was brutal hard. Probably the hardest song ever in the Yakuza series. For the karaoke, anyways. Arguably, the Judgment stuff was harder, but, That stuff was like dance party stuff, though. Water generator, hydrogen is much more difficult process. Um, it'd just be cold water from the pipes. Because there would be water left over in the pipes. That's what's... So when the water goes out, the leftover water that's in the pipes is what's left. Right? Arguably, the leftover water like in the bathtub would be left, I guess. So maybe the cold water in the bathtub is what's left? I don't know. I don't know why it's 100 liters. It's like the bathtubs are hooked up directly to the boiler. Meanwhile, the toilets aren't. It's only whatever's in the bowl. And or the back, right? Why the toilets and the sinks have the same amount of water, I don't understand. Because the sink pipes clearly shouldn't have 20 liters. They should be like 5 liters. At most. Once again, it's a video game. just a reminder to everyone, it's a video game. We're not overthinking this. We shouldn't overthink this. Be happy we get the amount of liters we get. Oh. We have to overthink everything. I mean, we kind of do. It's kind of funny. It's his only game. Why you have to be mad? Don't be mad. I can't believe I found a box of candles, though. That's kind of cool. Why does the character not use the toilet but only drinks water from them? Because the Nox virus give you the character's digestive tract combined with the Nox virus and made them perfect. They are no longer in need of eating or like what they eat is automatically consumed by their body and their the Nox virus. There is no waste. No more waste. Doesn't exist. So the character is asymptomatic and made perfect by the Nox virus. They still get tired. They still exert, but they no longer excrete any waste. Also because that kind of stuff is right? It's I mean, there are mods for it, but the TZ team has already said in the forums that they're not doing that. They're like, that's a little too much like The Sims. But yeah, there's a mod for it, but they're not keen. They've already said no, which is fair. Like, I wouldn't want that in my game, to be quite honest. But there's other folks that enjoy that kind of thing. It adds realism or whatever. Those folks can enjoy. I'm happy without doing that stuff. I get to do that stuff enough in The Sims. I don't need it in Zomboid. Yeah, I can get you off Steam in a couple of countries as well, but it's outside of that. But my headcanon is that the Nox virus makes your character perfect. You're not only that, but you're immortal. Like, you also can't die of anything other than natural causes and or getting infected with the imperfect strain. This character, just like every character in PZ that survives the Nox virus, is has achieved perfect status. Of course, it won't last forever. Eventually, they will die, but eventually, not now. We've got a story to tell. They're a god. Maybe. I don't know. Congrats on your weather that being decent. A flawed god. I mean, if you've ever read any of the ancient mythos stories, like all of them, they're all flawed. They're all flawed, terrible gods. Zeus, terrible. Hades, horrible. Thor, Odin, Loki, all horrible. But still cool. I like mythos. I think mythos is cool. This is my sharp flint pile. You guys can use a command to do that without having to F2C20. You don't have to do the math. Not if you don't want to. The other one's C to F if you want. The reason why those commands exist in chat is actually because I have my temperature up here in Celsius, and if anybody who's American wanted to do, like, I mean, not just specifically American, but they could do, yeah, they could do this. temperature is it today? It's a warm day today. Yeah, that's way, way too hot. Like today's a warm day for me, and I like the temperature that's outside. So here, C to F9. Oh, here, C to F9. There you go. You got to put an exclamation point in front, otherwise the bot doesn't see it. 48. Nifty. The world be cooking. I mean, yeah, kind of. We're about to hit that summer-y-ish time. At least here, kind of, sort of. We're in spring right now. Snow's beginning to melt, kind of deal. But I expect it to snow at least one more time. Probably. I'm not ready for winter to be over quite yet. It will be eventually, though. That's kind of just how it is. You guys are already dealing with like crazy hot weather. And some of you are probably dealing with winter approaching. Because I know that some folks are from Australia, and isn't winter like starting in the summer-ish months for us? Is the winter-ish months for them? Or I don't know exactly how it works. Temperature is weird. Globe is weird. – 25 days already, but it's refreezing. Yeah, I think we're gonna have another good snow before we're done. Usually we do. I don't usually count this as already entering the spring. Not yet. We'll have one more good snow. Probably. That's not me jinxing it as well, or wishing it. I'm pretty sure. You'd die. I think you'd survive, but you'd need to like get into like cold places sometimes to just cool down. When I went down to the States, there was a lot of times where it was way too hot. I didn't get very like I didn't have to wear my jacket most of the time, but there were some days that would just it was like way too hot. Thankfully, there are AC and cold drinks and stuff like that. So, and you can get one of those little handheld fans as well. Those are nice. Those little hand ones. Those are nice. Yeah, some of those buildings on I know some buildings closer to the desert, they keep in more heat than they let out, but then they can also keep in more cold than they let out. So during like the cold months, it's actually colder indoors than it is outside. It's crazy. Come on, food. Pine cones are not edible. Yeah. During the well, you guys have seen my summers kind of a little bit in the sense that there are times where I have to AFK to refill the ice in my little AC because that's how I keep myself cool. Is that I actually have a little AC that has a little fan with a little tray that you push in ice to make it cool things, right? I also put ice behind a fan so that it blows cold air around. It helps. It helps a lot. Especially when I was running my PC during some of those times, it can get really warm, right? Um, what? Are the devs okay? Somebody was really sleepy when they put this one in, probably. Carved out of the antlers, 2 small handles. Carve out of the antlers, 4 small handles. Wonder which one I'm gonna pick. Yeah, it happens. It's probably somebody who's just tired when they were putting that one in. Kudos for the devs for working, well, as hard as they do. It's probably just a mistake. Misnomer. They put it in, they put it in, and then they thought they didn't, so they put it in the other one, and they increased it because they're like, oh, but it's 2, so it should be 4. Or maybe it was the other way around. I don't know how it's coded. Just a mistake. That's all. Then it ran out. Yeah, see, some places it depends. Like we had when I was working at this one place, we had an AC that couldn't handle the heat at all. Like it would kick out all the time. Breaker would blow. We constantly had to get folks in looking at it. Anyways, one day, I mentioned this to one of our friends that works as a mechanic, right? And he's like, "Don't worry, we got you." And I was like, "Okay." Anyways, they bring this commercial fan. This it's huge. It's one of those fans that they use for you know, holding people up kind of deal. Like it's maybe not that big, but it's like industrial fan, right? This is really really big fan. And we took one of the big carts and we put ice in the whole cart, cooled the whole place down right quick. Then the AC could handle it. But it was hilarious because that it just couldn't handle the heat on its own. Cause that it's just too it got too warm, and so like I said, it would just kick out. We had people in to look at it, but they just couldn't handle it. It's too large of an area that for such a small unit. Yeah, it gave some help. It helped the AC unit real big time. The funniest part about that though was that they left that industrial fan there for ages. Ages. Like it just stayed there. So it's kind of funny. Did we just get tracking XP? I think I seen tracking XP. It says 0. Could have sworn I seen tracking XP on there. Must be less than a decimal. If there is any. Yeah, it was probably something to I don't know. It was probably something was wrong with it. And it was probably not getting the proper coolant it needed or something. But like I said, it used to blow the breaker all the time. And then so you'd go over, you'd turn it on, it would last for a little bit and then they'd blow the breaker again. But the second we got that industrial fan in there with some ice, so much like it didn't blow the breaker anymore for quite a while. It was funny because the opposite was true sometimes for the heat, but at least during those times, like there was other ways to heat the place. So it's like there was little heaters around, and they actually were really good. Um, those small heaters are fantastic. They're like fishing heaters or something. Like, I know they frequently get used in ice fishing. Similar heater. I think it's just like the tiny ones with the coils. Yeah, the little ones. Yeah, you got it. You just put them at the entrances and just keeps everything warm. Oil heaters? Yeah, oil heaters are good too. Throw those in the corner. Oh, the month-long power outages? That sounds awful. We've had power outages here that have lasted for quite a while, but never month long. Be insane. People here would go crazy. I bet you people there were going crazy. I can't imagine. Like, that's the thing, right? You take for granted the things that you have sometimes, and you don't realize that they're so great until they're not there. Imagine if you lost power for a whole month. What would you do? You'd go to a place with power, more than likely, right? But what if you couldn't? What if you had to unplug for an entire month? You BBQ'd in the cold? That's fair. I'd probably do something similar. I'd break out like a bunch of my old books and start going through them again. Yeah, I can imagine. You'd want power at least a little bit. And then you realize just how much those generators actually produce because you can't really overpower them. Like you don't want to because then that'll cause issues. Because we've used generators like that before. And we've also used them in situations where the temperature just wasn't good and the generator wouldn't start and oh it's a nightmare. It's the worst. It's such an awkward scenario to be stuck in. Especially if you really need it to do certain things. Like if you're remote, it's the worst. They are super useful, those generators, though. Can get you out of a pinch. Yeah, you don't want to be spending too long, and you got to make sure that there's times where you can actually like power down the generator as well. You can't just like, throw on a generator and just watch a movie. Like, I mean, you can, but it's not got the quite the same. It's not the same draw. Like usually it's like shorter bursts. It's not quite the same as like the generators that they use in like the hospitals to keep the hospital functional for as long as they can, right? Yeah, it's not ideal. It's not the same kind. Yeah, I couldn't imagine. Could you imagine like some of the younger folks getting them to unplug for a little while? Like I remember when tech wasn't so good, right? And I think a lot of us probably remember when tech wasn't so good. But for some of the younger folks, like I mean, imagine if you couldn't go on your phone. Imagine if there was no lights, candles. I like candles though. I feel like they've got some real good mood lighting. They set the tone very nicely. Um, I used to try to take a week off of tech every like not like every like, usually it was in the summertime, but yeah, the battery backups are amazing for that kind of stuff, as well as having battery banks. Banks are good. Kerosene, yeah. Knowing how to start a fire is useful as well. That's one of the things that gets brought up sometimes with Zomboid is that if we were ever in a situation like Zomboid, which is never gonna happen, but you know, if let's for argument's sake say we were, um, there's a lot of people that don't know how to even get food at all. Like you know, make food via crops as well as catch and hunt and all of those kinds of things, right? You can't just go to the grocery store and loot that. That's not gonna happen, right? Like I mean, everybody's probably got that idea. Like you're gonna need to be able to make your own food. And how do you do that? You don't go to the grocery store. Well, it's good to have those kinds of skills, those survival skills. I'm not saying I have those. I have some of them, but I would totally fail. Like I have a hand like usually I keep a stockpile of extra little bits of food that would last a few days, but I don't have anything that's like extremely long term. Yeah, and starting fires is not easy for a lot of folks. It's one of those things that you kind of have to practice. You can't just like hope to have matches every time. Although you could buy matches and have them in a store, stored in a dry place. But yeah, I have a box of matches nearby, but that's because I have candles and old habit. I have several types of lighters around as well. Not because but just in case. The big thing was is I used to collect keychains and you can get quite a lot of lighter keychains. But I've gotten rid of most of them. I only have like a handful left. You're like you're talking about magnesium? I mean, those or a strike stick? Those are not terrible. It's good to also be able to like, have like Tinder and those kinds of things. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I like these leaf tiles, but I wish I could interact with them. Maybe you can with a rake. And I have a rake to test it, though. There we go. They are nice tiles, though. I do like them. Oh, careful, Higgins. Don't drop your glasses. Come on. Did you just tear your jeans? He ripped his jeans on the fence. Dang it, Higgins. You can't keep anything nice, can you? Just can't have anything nice in the apocalypse. Now we got to get to level 7 tailoring so I can fix this. I'm gonna review and cut up. Yeah. Darn it, Higgins. Definitely wasn't my fault. The person at the controls. No, couldn't have been me. Definitely Higgins' fault. Mm-hmm. Not gonna believe anything else. Definitely gonna have to look for another pair of pants. I don't know if there's gonna be a zombie that doesn't have a hole in their pants, though. It's very rare. They do happen, though, sometimes. It's just... Thankfully, the zombies don't bite your legs very often. If you want an idea of which parts of the body the zombies bite you most on, um, it's upper body. Most of the upper body. They can get you on the legs, but usually it's upper body. Groin, possible. See, you're not wearing the denim underwear. That's your issue. You need to be wearing the denim underwear. Goodness, that sounds uncomfortable though. Can't imagine. Gotta wear denim underwear. Ugh. Could you imagine if there's like, there isn't, but like leather. Oh, there's a leather cod piece that you can wear. That just all sounds uncomfortable. For me, it's usually my arms, by the way, that I get bit on. I've been bit on the neck a bunch, but I've been bit on the arms more than probably anything else. The hide underwear. Yeah. Eesh. It sounds like it wouldn't be pleasant to wear. I'd be nervous to wear that kind of stuff, like leather undergarments. Yeesh. Well, that's the thing is they will work. It's just that the thing with Zomboid is that there is nothing that in this game that is 100%. Nothing. It says 100%. It's not guaranteed. It doesn't mean 100%. The only 100% that's guaranteed is your death. You got bit, 100% chance that you got the virus. That's it. That's, unless you turned it off. It's like the only thing that's guaranteed in Zomboid. Because even if you do manage to survive and kill all the zombies, eventually you'll stop playing. That character will lose their life essence because you'll stop playing. Therefore, they died. This is how you died. Right? It becomes that like meme with Andy dropping Woody, right? I don't want to play with this anymore. Right? Same kind of idea. Whether you need to take a break or other things. It depends. This is how you died in leather panties. Could you imagine? What happened to the other clothes? Because so if a zombie attacks you and damages your clothes beyond conditional repair, they'll fall off. I had a zombie rip my shirt off once. And if I remember correctly, I swore when it did that. I don't exactly remember all the details, but I think that my choice of wording was bullshit, I think is what I said. Not sure. Don't like to swear very often. Find that it's crass. We'll swear on occasion when stuff like that happens. It wasn't, though. It was a skill issue, by the way. 100%. Yeah, good. Self. $800 of foraging later. I think I've tapped out this cell anyways, like for the most part. Probably not going to give me very much now. Let's go back. We'll have a sleep. Need to start foraging in different cells, I think. Is there an efficient way to earn early levels of masonry? Are you pre-level 1 or post-level 1? Where is your what is your masonry at? If you're pre-level 1, which means you didn't take the masonry trait, um, welcome to pain. Population folks that didn't take the masonry trait. So I've done it. From now on, you're going to take the masonry trait, but for the future, just for right now, you're going to have to suffer. So I do apologize that you have to suffer, but this is just the way that it is. You need one of several items. You need either a club hammer, a sledgehammer, a pickaxe, or so do you have any of those things? A club hammer, a sledgehammer, or a pickaxe? If not, you need to raise your napping level to 5, which is kind of hard right now because one of the debris that gives the best napping XP is broken. What I mean to say is, here, I'll show you actually. I'll give you an example. It's over here actually. See this stone here? Right now, this debris is giving nothing for some reason. Unless they fixed it. If this gives me a flat stone, I'd be happy. But no. As you can see, it didn't give me anything. That flat stone is really good napping XP when you reach a certain point with napping. However, unfortunately, right now, you're going to be focusing a lot of your napping into making flint sickles and flint saws once you get to the point where you can do those two things. Prior to that, you're going to want to make flint knives. You want to get your napping to 5, because once you get your napping to 5, you can get the stone maul. Once you have the stone maul, you can smash ore nodes, and those will give you masonry XP. Not only do you need... you can smash the limestone nodes. They'll give you limestone, and then you can crush the limestone for more masonry XP. You can also utilize the limestone to get napping XP. However, in my opinion, if you're trying to get masonry XP and you happen to have a lot of limestone, use that. There is one other method, and currently, once again, I don't advise this method, and that is you can use flat stones to create shelves. Those shelves give almost no XP. It's not worth it. Don't make the shelves. But yeah, so that's what I'd recommend. Getting to napping 5, making a stone maul, and smashing limestone nodes. Also, you can smash the flint nodes and make more flint stuff to raise your napping some more if you want. But yeah, those are the methods. The stone maul is here. Be careful because you may see that, oh, I can make a stone head. No, what you're probably seeing is the stone axe head. Don't get fooled. That's good napping XP to get you to the stone maul, but the stone maul head's separate. Okay? I know they look similar. They're different. One is like a hammer head. The other is like an axe head. But yeah, crushing limestone gets you masonry XP, and breaking the ore nodes gets you masonry XP. After you get to level 1, here, one second. Once you get to level 1 masonry, you can start making these from regular stones. You don't want to make them with limestones. You want to make them with regular stones. And just do these. You can find hundreds of regular stones by breaking the large stones into 10 stones. So that's what I recommend. Break the large stones into the 10 stones into 10 forms of napping XP, so on and so forth, or masonry XP, I mean, so on and so forth until you hit the level of masonry you want to hit. Generally, level 3. The reason being is masonry level 8? Really? You're probably looking...
amazing!
Oh, thank you very much for the follow. You're probably looking for the stone anvil, is what I'm guessing. But if you're not looking for the stone anvil, then likely what you're looking for is the better masonry Where is it? Like the better fire pit. This fire pit is about the same as the oven, by the way. If the regular, smaller oven, just in terms of size, if you're looking for a size comparator. The benefit of it is that you won't catch yourself on fire because you can't walk into it. That said, though, a reason why to take the masonry trait is not only because it gives you +2 masonry, but it also gives you better foraging for stone. So it's really useful for that. Thank you very much for the fireworks, Star Strider. Ah, you were looking for the fancy fire pit? Eventually they'll make those sorts of things available, I'm sure. Wait, where did we... Oh, we kept it on. Okay, looking for... Wait, are you... I don't believe you. No, these are all rotten. I mean, you could do that, yeah. You can break the stones and, make the stones and then put them into walls. I just made stones until I leveled up enough. Of course, I wasn't shooting for high masonry. I'm guessing that building the walls probably gets you a lot of XP too. But I like some of that stuff. I think some of the masonry stuff looks really cool. I mean, is the walls are made of from stones, not stone blocks? Oh, really? Fire pit's made out of stone blocks. Oh, that's a disappointment. These ones are made of brick and ceramic. You could just make these instead. The brick stuff. The brick stuff looks cool too. But yeah, that's unfortunate that these are not... But I guess they kind of are just random bricks. It should be an assortment though. It should be like a handful of them You know, like 3 and 3. That would make more sense. Of course, that's more things to put in the thing, but because it seems like an assortment to me, like a little bit of both. Yeah, it's not a serious complaint. It doesn't matter to me either. Like I don't care one way or the other. It's just an observation. Cuz it's nice to be able to do that, to like just observe things and give your take on it. I recognize that PZ isn't always perfect, but it is a fantastic game. Absolutely phenomenal. And it's one of my favorite games for sure. It's literally unplayable. You're gonna boycott? Really? Boycott Indie Stone? Sad day. That's it. Up in arms. Do we get Mepher back? There we go. Go, go, go. You just want to hit them with the squishy. Oh, I thought that you, for some reason, my brain went that you wanted to hit them with like the clay pipes. You know, those ones that you like hit them with the clay pipe. Maybe not even fire it. Unfired clay pipe should be a weapon. I was like, it would be like squishy clay sounds as you bonk the zombies. I hope irrigation and or the ability to pipe into the center of buildings outside of the standard piping methods of above tile. I hope that instead you can lead a barrel to a center place. That means that no longer would you need to have your barrels on the roof. You could have them on the ground or just a single area above and then pipe down or pipe up. You know what I mean? And then I'm hoping for sprinklers. I really am. The ability to water your crops or do a sprinkler system would be fantastic, combined with greenhouses and the ability to adjust the agriculture system to be a little bit more forgiving. 'Cause, I mean, I know we can do that already in our sandbox settings, but the thing is default apocalypse is the base game, right? And in default apocalypse, you can't grow, like it takes super duper long to grow your crops, and then the crops themselves don't last as long. They don't even last a fraction of the length it takes to grow them. Even potatoes, which is absurd. Like, look at potatoes. How long does it take to grow potatoes in the current agriculture? I can't look myself because, but for Build 42's agriculture, how long does it take to grow a batch of potatoes without compost? I think it's like, it's above 100 days, isn't it? And potatoes themselves only last like 90 days, I think. Something like that. That means that it takes such longer to grow them than it does for them to go bad, which is not inaccurate, but potatoes used to be the MVP crop. They're 60 days? Okay, so they still last longer to like, or at least equivalent. But they used to be the MVP crop. And currently it feels like almost nobody's doing agriculture outside of the folks that really love it. And It's tough. Especially like, well, these settings don't count because these settings are challenge mode settings, right? But now because of the whole oil thing, I still believe that cooking oil should have the malu that you can't eat it by itself. Same for butter, same for margarine, and I'm gonna stand on that hill until like, you know, for a considerable amount of time. Yeah, they'll fix it though eventually, I believe. The issue though, currently is that there is a lot of that. But I mean, it is the unstable build, so like I mean, but it's one of those things where that excuse can only go so far, you know. And I'm not saying that it's not, you know, it doesn't have weight because it does. It's just that it's just one of those things, you know. Yeah, they're good. I just hope that they don't get too focused on balance and they are much more focused on making things accessible. Like I said, if they halved all those times, at least, or made them, or, you know, if you do a Google search on the crops, you can see that for example, Chile did a look on cabbages, right? And apparently cabbages can last a week on the like in at room temperature. I don't believe they can. It's like I've never seen cabbages kept at room temperature for that long. I don't know. I'm not a farmer, but they definitely don't take hundreds of days to create. Yeah, they would be stale for sure. But they definitely don't go bad in 2 days. Like to rotten. Not without help from like bugs and stuff. But if we're taking that into account, like I mean that's right, that's a little strange. Because if that's the case, then all of the crops should go bad real quick. It'd be weird to single out just cabbages. I don't know if they're that focused on multiplayer yet. I think that they're focused on making the game, um, like functional. I don't think multiplayer is in their scope yet. I think that it is gonna be there, but I don't think it's in the scope yet. Cause it will come eventually, but it's not time yet for multiplayer. And I wouldn't want to jump into multiplayer with a ridiculous amount of bugs anyways. I don't think anybody would, right? You know, especially with bugs like the fishing bug or any of those ones. I was gonna show it, but I think I've shown enough of that bug. But just out of sheer, this bug is the one that I was talking about, where just really quickly. Oh, 1 second. There. So you go off and you start fighting zombies somewhere else, and then suddenly, I did it wrong. You fight zombies somewhere else, and then suddenly you can't move, and you're stuck in the fishing animation. You can't be free, can't move. Spacebar, pressing your keys does nothing. The only escape is fishing. Because some people just really want to fish at all times, including when they're in danger. I know. It's hard to not want to fish. It is the secret calling of everyone to want to fish at all times. But yeah, I half agree, like, with that person's multiplayer idea, but at the same time, it's not so much about multiplayer as so much as they want to see longevity. They want to see people going and playing their saves again. They want to, like, cause think about it like this: a lot of people play this game permadeath. So what happens is that, but they want to see a lot more progression in their base on bases and stuff like that. Sort of like a Minecraft, right? But you can't quite do that in PZ as easily because a lot of folks, like, well, will play it kind of like, I don't know, it depends. Like, there's some folks that do persisting worlds, handful of folks that do it, that keep the same world, but I don't know. There's some appeal of restarting because specifically for a lot of folks, they really like to get those TV shows in the early game, and that fresh new world feel every time you have a character is kind of nice, right? You get to reloot some of the areas you already were a part of, or stuff like that. Like, I don't know. It's we'll see. NPCs are also a thing that's in their scope, like the creating of like character-ish, like, folks, that and bandits, which would be kind of neat, but I'm hoping that they're not going to be super duper lethal. Like, I don't know, it's hard to balance that kind of stuff, right? Because players will game those mechanics. So a lot of the time, like for example, if you look at Minecraft villagers are shoved in cubicles and utilized as farms. Alternatively, they're used to get other resources as well in other forces of farms, right? So they're just kind of like abused for their resources. Alternatively, they could get annoying, like, for example, a good example of that would be Preston Garby asking the general to constantly, another settlement needs your help. Stuff like that. Like, I think that would be kind of fun, but at the same time, I don't know. You got to strike a balance, right? NPCs are tough. They really are, to get that sweet spot of fun but not too gamey. Super duper hard. One of the things that I argue all the time is that if folks make the argument that they want the NPCs to be able to lie, and I'm sorry, they can't. They literally can't lie to you for several reasons. The first one would be, if they did lie to you, you would immediately be like, oh, you have a bandage on? Let me see that. And they're like, oh, no, you don't need to see this. Well, no. Okay, Steve, we're going on a hunting trip. You don't need to bring your weapon. I'll bring mine, though, okay? Got you covered. You know. Alternatively, though, like, it's... So they won't be able to lie. They can't. Because they're never going to have that same capability or rapport that your friend has, right? If your friend lies to you and says, no, it's fine, it's not a bite, it's a scratch, you're more inclined to believe your friend because they have rapport with you. And sure, they could be lying, but also they might not be. I mean, sometimes they'll be like, oh, I got bit. Okay, can you kill my zombie? Etc. But sometimes they hide it, especially if it's like a roleplay server or something, you know? Sometimes they be a little cheeky with it. It just depends. I don't know. NPCs don't have the same value. They're not people, so unfortunately, they're not going to be valued the same. And that's one of my cases. And also, anytime I ask about this, like NPCs versus would you like a dog or a cat in the game instead, um, at an 100% yield of results, everybody says they would prefer cats and dogs first over having player-based NPCs. That screams volumes, doesn't it? I'd rather have a cat and a dog or a dog than than a than an NPC. Uh, Myself included. Like I could you imagine having a dog running around barking or a cat catching mice and bringing them to you? Look, I caught a bird. Here you go, master. Anyways, we'll see. I understand the scope of the game and where the devs kind of are leaning, but at the same time, it's one of those things where we'll have to just wait and see. They have a better vision of the game than we do, for the most part. But they'll take criticism, so long as it's constructive. There we go. And not just like, you know, I want this, wah. But yeah, I'm still going because I want to get to. My goal today was fitness, was strength level 5, and I knew it was like a very tough goal to try to achieve. I'm because I was strength 2 and or 1 at the beginning of the stream, so I was like, this is a lot of XP that I need to grind. But I want to do it. We're now very shortly going to reach that goal though. Because we're roughly about 5k XP, which is about 2 to 3 days away from hitting it. And I'm happy about that, because that means that next time I play, I will be able to... I'll be able to go and do combat-related stuff, which is much more fun than fitness montage. But, you know, this is the build-up for a zero to hero character. They need the build-up in order to actually do stuff. And once you actually get to this point where your character actually is starting to feel like they've earned their keep, it does feel good, as well as their total point values end up being worth a lot more than a standard character. There's a reason why some folks will argue that a zero to hero character is actually kind of overpowered. You get extra points, but they're not without being earned. You have to earn those points through gameplay. I sat through roughly 12 hours of fitness and foraging and fishing to be able to then have the extra points, right? It's not without being earned. Of course, I don't need to, like, I could go and start fighting now, but it would come at sort of... It would come at a higher cost, is the issue, if I went and started fighting right now. Because my character would tucker out a lot quicker, and having the extra couple levels will help significantly. Going from a level 3 strength character / level 4 strength character to a level 5 strength character, the multiplier is quite Like it goes from, what was it? I think it's a 1.2 to a 1 times 1. So that's like you know, an extra, so it'd be 1.2, there's an extra 20%, right? Or something like that. I'm thinking my math's off there, but it's more, way more muscle strain at the end of the day. But yeah, I think they may, so even if they don't adjust grow time, having greenhouses that are unaffected by seasons, which is in the code, will help. So they've already got greenhouses in the code as a thing that they're working on. So that's going to be kind of cool to see when they bring those out. And I'm looking forward to that because one of the skills is glass making. So if we can make our own greenhouse that's custom to the way that we want it, like and be able to make the rooms, maybe it's a step in the direction of being able to actually make our own rooms, as well as I know that this is a feature that maybe some folks haven't seen yet, but don't do this, by the way. But you can pick up electrical switches at level 5. Currently, if you were to do it, you can't put them back down and they don't do anything at the moment. But it's a step towards being able to light our own rooms. Like, we can maybe consider creating electrical switches in the future, lighting our own rooms, wiring things, as well as these are things are going to possibly be happening in the future. I would very much love it if we were able to do up our own like sections of the grid and bring back the grid a little bit. You know what I mean? Like power went out, but you can bring it back. That would be so cool. And it would lean towards the longevity portion of things. As well as a team goal. Yeah, that might be a diamond by the end of the month. Maybe. I did mention today would be a little bit longer, yeah? Now you know why. I predicted this because I knew getting into it was I had a goal set that was I was gonna achieve, and I still am working on it. A little bit longer for sure. And then I'll have a nap, and then we'll come back and play more PZ later. Because I am having a blast with the rat race. Even if I die, even, like, I mean, it's fun. The rat race is a good time. Hopefully you're having fun with your work. Even if it's not that fun. Oh, 1 second. Okay, take off these things. Roughly 4K more XP to go. I would be so excited about lighting. Because there's a couple of places that there is actually no lights, and that it would be cool to add lights to them. You could do some really cool custom bases that way as well. Oh, it'd be so awesome. Yeah. Yeah, we could then like reconnect those things. Usually that happens because it's not linked to that room properly. There's only a handful of those that I know about, and there's actually a handful of where there are no switches. There's also a handful of switches that are really, really hidden, that you wouldn't really notice them unless you're like really looking for them. One of the examples of that would be like one of the West Point mansions looks like it doesn't have any switches at all, but there are switches there. They're just so against the seam of the door that you can't see them really. Like to flick those switches, you actually really need to like it's very precise near the door frame. Yeah. There we go. And that's just isometric camera being unkind. But, you know, it happens. The game is isometric. That just is how it's gonna go. So sleep, then we'll go get some food. We're roughly 2,000 XP away. 2,800. So like 2 days worth. A little bit less than 2 days. Thank you, game. The chonkiest mushrooms I've ever seen. Perfect. your hung pig reanimated. I mean, that bug's still around from what I remember. I did. They said that they were apologizing. They got rid of most of them, but I'm sure that there's still a handful of them that are still involved. Was it on a butcher hook? Because I had one of those reanimate when I was petting it once on the butcher's hook. It was awkward. I felt bad afterwards. Yeah, 42.7. around him. It responds as a normal animal. Some of those are scary. Or certain. Marathon, you say? I had a goal of getting to strength level 5 today. As you can imagine, I was like level 1, level 2 strength at the beginning. We're almost there. I'm a few thousand away. That's what I decided today, though. I was like, I'm getting to strength level 5. It's happening. In one stream, I'm going from as 0 to eh. This is what I decided. I knew it wasn't going to be an easy one either because, like, you know, I keep having to go get food and we got railroad, what was it? Tangented by some really good conversations. But hopefully you're having a good day, Buzz. I'm having a good day. Yeah. Yeah, my goal today was a bit absurd. And I knew it. I knew it going in. It's a lot of XP to go for in one sitting. But, hey, we're about to hit it. 18,000 plus XP. So the total value of the XP that we gained was... So we nearly leveled foraging to 7. We were level 4, I think, to start. I can't remember. Maybe level 5 to start. Still, that's quite a lot of XP. And then carving, we got to 5. We did reloading to 4, but I mean, that's nothing. That was easy. The big one is the strength. We're about to hit that number. Come on, just a little bit more. And then tomorrow's late. Well, it'd be later today, actually, not tomorrow. But like, it would be all combat. Like, it's just mostly combat then. I can start making axes. I've got lots of axes to be able to be made. Like, not a crazy amount, but we can at least do like 10 to maybe 20 axes. I don't know how many jawbones I have. But I know I want to raise axes first. And there we go. We did it. Level 5 strength. No longer puny or weak. Gone. Freedom from the tyranny that is being weak. This is what? This is day 2 of this character's lifespan, and we've managed to achieve level 5 strength. Yeah. That's pretty good, in my opinion. I think that that's not bad at all. And look how much foraging we have. And we have about, like I said, we've got 11, so we can do 10 of those. And we've got 10 jawbones on top of the one that I already crafted into a warhead. So we would be able to make roughly about 20 axes. 22 axes total. Every time you die within the first 3 and you're so bad. No, you're not bad, not by any means. You're one of the best players. I can't wait to see you crack the top 5, because you definitely will. Easy peasy. You got this, Buzz. And if other folks are not following Buzz, you have to follow Buzz, because Buzz is fantastic. He's gonna be in top 5 rat race, guarantee you. Easy. Actually, might even nudge me out of there. Because I think am I in the top? I don't think I'm in the top 5 right now. Yep. Bonds. Hi, Bonds. Hello. Hopefully you're having a good day. I'm having a good day. Making progress. We hit level 5 strength. No longer having any issues with my weakness. Yes. No more weak. It's gone. Yeah. Raid. You had to tell. Oh, I had to raid you to tell you first. I'm beating the Moodle. Oh, yeah. Office first class. He is totally office guy first class. Oh, yeah. Maximum office guy right there. You did the Doom Run beta test? Okay, and how did it go? And you've succeeded. I figured as much. If anyone can make that kind of stuff work, it's definitely you and your crazy antics. And hey, one sec, I gotta do my intro-y thing. Some fences are the best to use, like this one. You can actually make those fences now, though. Like, actually. Yes. I'm gonna... Okay, so you're gonna open it officially on the weekend. Sounds cool. Hey, I gotta do my intro-y thing because I'm neglectful. Yeah. Ah, I am so glad that that's done. That I don't have to worry about the being weak anymore. Thank you for gifting a sub to M-Bomb. M-Bomb C. Enjoy ad-free viewing as well as getting sniped by noodles and, you know, ad-free viewing, frog emotes, other stuff. Yeah, I have hands. Yeah. And they work. They work. You've never noticed the hands before? I've got a couple animations as well that I can use. Like I can clap and I can yawn. Yawning seems fitting right about now. Yeah. Oh, I've never tried the finger guns. Let's see. Finger guns. Oh, it doesn't work very well. Nah. Still, quotation marks are the easiest. And also pointing, kind of. Kind of, sort of. I can flip you guys off? I mean, I probably could, but it's not something that I would want to do. Yes. Thank you. Have a good rest of your day. Enjoy. Jazz hands. Ah, jazz hands indeed. You need it to be 1,000,000 points? Well, I already have a button you can push more than once. The VIP button is prestige, which means you can earn extra stars. I really like that. So if you end up pressing that button, you get to be in the about section as well as you get a special Discord rank, and then you can push it as many times as you want. Which means that if you push it another time after you've already pushed it twice, you get more stars, and thus it's infinite. You can gain as many stars as you want. 3-star VIP, 4-star VIP. If I run out of VIP slots, it doesn't matter. You get put in the about section, and I will recognize you as a VIP regardless. Infinite VIP. No limitations. Prestige. Feel free. Get flipped off and congratulated. I'm stealing that? Yeah, Prestige VIP. Go ahead, Buzz. You got this. You can take that idea if you want. But I don't care so much about having the slots. I'm gonna still recognize VIPs as VIPs. Regardless of if you have a badge or not, you deserve to be recognized as such. Anybody who already had a VIP badge, they can get prestige and they just immediately get upgraded to tier 2. And then, if you don't have one, you would be then, let's say that I don't have any VIP slots left. Well, that doesn't matter. In the about section, I will still include them as 1-star VIPs. So if I have to add an entire section to the VIP section, so be it. You guys deserve it. If you guys spent the time to earn that much currency, that much gold in my chat, you deserve to be recognized. Oh yeah, I would totally do it. You could do stars?
You're amazing.
That's why I have this emote. So this emote is a little bit more special than you guys can realize, maybe, for sure. But this emote actually used to exist as as special stars that existed on another platform. That platform is long since retired. So like that platform is no longer in existence. There's a platform called Camcord. But I saved the star from it. So it's my star now. They they're no longer in the business. So that's my star. Too bad. There's a lot of stories behind certain things in my sections. Like for example, this right here, one of my friends that used to play The Long Dark gave me this emote, and his name was Poke, and he's was a fantastic variety content streamer. He's since retired from as far as I remember, but he gave me that emote, and it's been one of my favorite emotes since, right? I like my frogs, don't get me wrong. My frogs are amazing. But yes, see you, Buns. Enjoy yourself. Have a good rest. You probably need it, given how long you go sometimes. Um, he's probably had longer stream time than I've got today, more than likely. Bonds will do a casual 24-hour stream and then just have a nap for a couple hours and do another casual 24-hour stream right after. That was only a short stream. Oh, because you had work. Okay. Yeah, but still, you kind of just crank out an 18-hour stream like it's nothing. Yeah, very important potato. Yeah, if Twitch ever does let us do custom badges, I will totally do stars for the prestige VIPs. Well, after you get a new job. Yeah. It'll be fine though. Bonds will settle in. Eventually. Or get a new job. One of the two. Why am I so exerted? I'm gonna head back. How did I end up out here? The questions we ask ourselves. Oh, look, it's Peter. Hi, Peter. Mr. Ponders, the man of great mustache. Hopefully you're having a good time, Peter. I know that you've been very busy. Busy, busy bee. Good night. Did I really drink all that water? Nice. I was thirsty. This is one of my favorite quality of life changes that they applied to the game, and I hope it, because it gets undone sometimes. I hope it doesn't, like, it stays. The fact that when you fill your bottle, you auto drink the first, like, so you don't need to refill your bottle. It just fills your thirst first. Super duper nice. Little things like that are amazing. Two months in, and still double digit zombie killed. It's kind of amusing. Um, Napping. Because these two are next. Then that one. What's my napping at right now? It should be level 1, right? Yoink! I got a box. Time to level napping really, really fast. Yeah, Bonds will get a good night's sleep, hopefully. Right. We need about 25 more rocks, approximately. You do the opposite, so you wake up and then get ready for work, and then you will be lurking while folks are... Yeah, so you do something similar to what I do. I have my breakfast, I'll work on stuff, but I fill all my monitors up so that everybody's like around and I get to enjoy. Sometimes I'll chime into some conversations, but sometimes I'm not there. Like I'm busy working away. I try my best though. As we all do, right? Flat stone, flat stone, flat stone, large stone, large stone, large stone. Tons of large stones, nice. Yeah. Drop that there. So 25 of these stones, and we level napping to 2. After which we can then start making stone sickles until we can make stone saws. But making the stone sickles is fine. And then eventually we can make the flint saws. I do really hope that they expand on a lot of those things. It would be super cool to have more things in each category. But, in due time. Like, when it's good to do so. No need to rush. I didn't see that one. Well, just now. The reason why I'm leaving the rocks behind is because there's no need for me to bring them with me. They're heavy, as well as I can grab them later for masonry XP, which is what I want to use them for, as opposed to using them for maintenance XP. Maintenance XP is not needed. I don't need to level that. It'll level itself. It would be a mistake to level that. I don't like it. It'll level itself by just hitting the zombies with weapons. Log, log, log. I could have sworn there were more branches before. Probably just because I'm looking for them right now. I can't see them. Second, I don't need them. There'll be plenty. Standard, right? I know I've seen some along the side here, but I don't remember where. Go and grab. There. No, we don't need strength available anymore for this. Shut that off. Nice, we'll do foraging. Is there a rock nearby? Not that I can see, but... Oh, there was a lot of folks that didn't realize, but when you're foraging while you're hungry, you get a bonus to find food. Um, that exists, as well as there's some other bonuses that reduce your vision. Like pain, stress, panic. Those sorts of things that will reduce your vision and capability of finding things. Also, if you have mask on. Yeah, some folks don't know that, and if you didn't know it, well, now you do. Yeah, so if you're hungry, there's a bonus to finding food. And in our case, we're very hungry. So it's like a 20% bonus or something. Something like that. I don't know the exact values. I just it's there is a bonus. And same for the other stuff. I like how we're a little hurt, but it's not causing us pain. It's because we were carrying the rock earlier. Yes, lemons. Still need more, but it's a good start. Or just package. Zombie, behind me. More than one zombie. Interesting. So speeding up time in this location would be a bad call. Would be. It's a hostile area. It's not a good idea. Just because it's not a good idea, it doesn't mean that I don't want to try and save time a little bit. You know, a little bit of risk. Not necessarily a good call though, like, at all. Clothes on the ground here. I can go grab that. Oh, we're so close. I need one more. There. Not remove grass, remove large stone. There you go. No, I'm out of light. I ran out of light just as I wanted to go and finish it. So close. Wow, we've been hearing that a lot today. I'm keen about it though. Okay, let's put the cricket away. Common mallow seeds. Silver ring and extra glasses, just in case. This is my precaution in case I ever lose my glasses somehow, which has happened. Uh, Never, but you know, I it's never happened, but it might. You know, it might happen. I almost always will go back for the glasses if I can get them, but you know, in case, you never know. It's like my emergency glasses. I have them in reality. Why would I not have them in the game? In case I lose my other glasses, right? Yeah, Juan's went to sleep. Perfect. I got 2 of these so far. How's my weight doing? It's not great. That is some real smooth water. There. Right? 1 second. Oh, there. Right in front of me. How could I miss that? Not a, not a fish. Oops. Yeah. I don't know. Okay, they are still bubbles. Huh. Oh, big one. Come on. Yay. It's 42 centimeter fish. Not bad. It's very true. You're fishy fishy. In no relation to Darla from Finding Nemo. None at all. Delicious. I love tea. No. How many pine cones is that? An hour's worth of pine cones. It's a lot of pine cones. If you have tweezers, you could level first aid quickly. Could you explain how that works? So yes, but be warned, in build 42 currently, if you're currently playing build 42, two things you're gonna want. One, you're gonna want the first aid books, because otherwise you're gonna level very slowly, even with tweezers. And the second thing is you're going to build up pain, and your character's going to be in pain for months. Or, like, not months, but like weeks. Weeks in game, your character will be at level 4 agony. And wait, did they fix that in 42.7? They might have fixed it in 42.7. If they did, you can disregard what I'm currently saying. But for the a good duration of 42, a couple of the values have been uncapped. Pain was one of them. So you could actually build up into the thousands pain. Thus, every 100, your character would go to agony level 4, slowly go all the way back down to 0, right? And then when you hit the next 100, you would go back up to agony 4, and then it would carry back down until eventually let's say you built up 2800 pain. That's 2,800 pain. Every 100, you would be back at agony 4, and it would go back down. Anyways, these are all just extra info. You don't really need this if they did fix it. How do you level first aid with tweezers is very simple. You put broken glass on the floor, right? On the floor on a tile. Take off your shoes, take off your socks, take off, you know, clothes that you don't want damaged that are on your feet. You then will walk over the glass, make sure that you have bandages, needle, and thread ready. You can actually make your own needle now. It's the bone needle. You can also make metal needles later if you have foraging or like forging, like so metalworking. But for now, the bone needle is the easiest one. At carving level 4, you can make out of a bone shard and whetstone of some kind and a knife of some kind. Um, from there, it's very simple. You just walk onto the glass. In the health menu, you queue up, taking glass out of your feet on repeat back and forth between the two. Just keep back and forth taking glass out of your feet. When you notice your HP starting to get lower, like in the 25% range, leave the glass, pull the glass out of your feet, bandage it, don't stitch it yet, unless you think you're going to get attacked by zombies, I guess. But so you don't need to stitch it yet, but, go eat some food, rest, let your health come back a little, and then you're going to rinse, repeat, take the bandages off, go walk back on the glass. Sometimes you're going to need to read the books, like the next first aid book. Preferably, hopefully, you have levels 3, 4, and 5 of the books. The first two don't matter nearly as much because you can level those fairly quickly. You'll see when you start doing it. It's very fast to level the first couple of levels of first aid. Then the rest of it, like I said, if you have the other books, you can do first aid from 0 to 10 in in 42 it took me longer, but in 41 I was able to do it in under an hour. So it took me, I think, 53 minutes, like, when we timed it from 0 to full. Of course, that's with fast forwarding, remember. But yeah, hopefully that helps you out. And I do appreciate the compliments. I've got a lot of folks that say similar things, and it makes me happy that's the case, and that I'm helping folks, and that they feel like the stream is a good place. That's good. But hopefully that's helpful. And if you have any problems, you can always ask me again. And or it certainly does depend. Some servers probably, it would be good if they ran Bravens. I really wish Bravens was actually, so Bravens is a mod for first aid. It's called Bravens First Aid Overhaul. What it does is it disables the pain on your feet, and so you're not able to get level up from the glass and feet method. It also disables a large portion of anything that's self-care related. So if you're healing yourself, you almost get no XP. So the whole point of Braven's First Aid Overhaul is that you heal your friends, or you work on the dead bodies, because it gives options to like, not dissect, but like, study the bodies to learn first aid. And I like that better. But once again, that's a mod. That's not how the game is. But yeah, the Great Van Pain loop. Yeah, I thought it was broken, because he was so we checked it in debug because I wanted to confirm whether or not it was broken, and if it was, I would fix it. It wasn't broken. It was just uncapped. So we let it run its course. I didn't fix it in the end, because I felt like it was unfair that if I were to fix it, because I could have very easily just briefly god moded Van, and then undid it, but nah, it would have been cheesy. I let him suffer for the weeks that it took to bring the pain back down. But I think that they did fix the capping issue. At least I hope. I don't know. I've not leveled first aid again since build 42.7. Okay, I would like to level. So first off, I want to turn you into a U. Don't think these will be very good. But let's try it with one of these. And see if I get a full conditioned. No, I got a half conditioned, which means that I need higher level carving in order to make this not bad. Okay. I want one of these for sure. And then we do want to craft a bunch of these. They're going to be worth quite a lot of carving. I do like these. Bone hooks are great. Hello. Let's go put the bone hooks away. Sincere apologies. Sneezed. Making progress, though. So, like we've seen, we're getting gains, even if it doesn't seem like it. Could be quite a bit more XP. 23 bone hooks, which is not too bad. Next, we'll make wheat spoons into forks. These rabbit skulls we can't do anything with. Like, we probably could make, like, skull decorations, but I don't want to. Not interested. Yeah. Getting that level 5 in strength is amazing. Yeah, so you can choose to crush or nap the limestone. I'm gonna choose to nap it because I'm trying to get napping up currently. It's gonna take a little while to hit that 300 for level 3 napping. It doesn't mean it's gonna be impossible though. Oh yeah, I forgot. Too many rocks. Okay. It's out of water. Yep, out of water. Mm. Yay! Fireworks. It's a really fun challenge mode. I'm very having a blast with it. Okay. Is this the 16th attempt? No. Where did you see 16? Oh, time 16. No, that's the population setting. So that time 16 is the maximum population you can set the game to. It means that every instance of zombies is like way, way up, right? So it's the max pop. This is the 7th attempt, but it's my 3rd breakaway attempt. So what I mean to say is that I've tried the rat race so far 7 times. 4 of the runs were sort of busts. They didn't even get out of their spawn house. Like they died within their spawn. 3 of the runs though have managed to hit breakaway. My personal best in the challenge so far is 26,000 something. Um, well, this is the run we're on now. So I'm taking my time with this run. I'm leveled my character up fairly significantly so that our we should be a lot better situated to approach the different things that are going to be coming our way here in the near future. At least I hope. We will work on things though as time goes on to get a little bit stronger, as well as better weapons, so on and so forth. But I am looking forward to it. So this is day 2 of this character. There's a lot more mechanics. I feel like Zomboid is a wide pool that is not super duper deep. Like, it's not the deepest of pools when you really break it down. But it definitely is a wide pool. Like, there's a lot you can learn. A lot of niche info, a lot of bonus stuff that's useful. But, and then once you learn it, it's where you will apply said knowledge will vary, and it'll vary in usefulness. Sometimes it'll be super duper useful, sometimes it'll be less so. But, you know, it's like anything, right? And then due to the fact that I have been live for quite some time, I'm gonna be winding down here in like very shortly. Probably here in the next couple of in-game minutes, actually, due to the fact that you know, it is bedtime in game, and thus will be a good stopping point because we will be doing combat soon, and I want to do that when I'm more fresh. I don't want to, you know, several hours into a stream and then get my character killed after all of that effort. You know, I don't mind characters dying, but I prefer it if it's a mistake that's caused by me. You know, not being fatigued. Which I'm not that fatigued, but, you know, a nap is in order, probably. Nap, some food, etc. Yeah, it's really fun watching veterans play this game for sure. As well as even new players. It's super fun watching anyone play Zomboid. Zomboid is just, it's a good time. And I really like it. Let's see. So we will likely be... We're set up to go and siege the zombies here soon. How are my shoes? Look at the condition on these. It's like a pixel. I'm glad that I checked. My goodness. Okay, swap out for my spare shoes. Yeah, these are garbage now. They even have a hole in them. Oof. Good thing we checked. It's a good habit to check your shoes every once in a while. You never know, right? But I think that trip caused a hole in them, and that they just were wearing over time because of the amount of zombies that we killed earlier. But yeah. We're basically set up to siege that camp now. So the camp that's directly south of my current camp, we've managed to get some decent XP gains. So these are the gains that I was going for. We haven't killed a whole lot. but that's gonna change gradually. But next time. We've made a solid like amount of progress. Marathon success in my opinion. Cuz I'm not trying to go for any like crazy 24-hour streams or anything like that. Not today. But I did go for a little bit longer than anticipated. All right, let's see who else is on. We can kind of go and make somebody else's day a little bit brighter. Absolutely. I'm gonna raid out though, so we'll see. Um, okay, we'll raid this person. They're also doing rat race, so there we go. Alrighty, tis been my absolute pleasure. I will see you guys next time. Enjoy another rat racer. Ta for now. Oh, that's okay.